Okay, so today we're continuing with the instancing, and what I did yesterday, it actually works. There's one issue. I will show you. Hello? If it loads, maybe. Oh, excuse me. Right. So now we can run this. What I want to show you is in here, in our draw. This is what I'm doing right now. And if you look here, we are drawing 6 vertices 2 times. And that is resulting in us drawing A and B, like 2 characters one after the other. And the reason why is because in our main function, what we are doing in here is we are setting up the vertices one by one based on the current character. Now they're overlapping because we're not actually adding any offsets from KB. This thing. We're not using that. We're using the same translation matrix for all of them. So they're in the same position, obviously. Now that does work. If we have one, we do it once. You can also see we only get the A. If we do it 3 times, we're having a C there as well. So that is working well. The way it's working, if you missed yesterday, is we are having this vertex buffer. So we have, vertex 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. This is the first character. And then we're having this in one big buffer, one after the other, where the offset here is just different characters. And instead of having it in a vertex buffer on the graphics card, in the sense, we're having it in a texture buffer. You can see here the mesh vertex buffer is in the texture buffer here, and in the vertex shader, we are sampling this vertex data from the shader, from the texture. Now there is one issue, and that issue is Emscripten can't it can't compile it because WebGL doesn't have this it doesn't have this texture buffer thing, right? So apparently there's a way around it. Instead of using a texture buffer, you're using just a normal texture, like a texture 2D like this. But you're filling it with the same data. The issue, of course, is that a texture buffer is having a little bit extra. OpenGL 4, yeah. It's having some optimizations. For example, I think it's more like just a straight buffer. It's not optimized for being read in a two-dimensional array, or optimized for sampling or something like this. And if we go to texture 2D, text image 2D, there's something like max texture size. And that can be, for some systems, it can apparently be 4K or 8K. Now that's probably enough for what I want to do. And, you know, even if you have, you know, a texture that is like this, right? It's one line. Here are all of the individual values on one dimensional array. Like you can imagine a texture like this. Even if this was not enough, you can actually, you know, just have multiple lines, you know, and now instead of one, you're having, you know, 4096 by 4096. You see the point. So you can have that, and that's definitely more than enough characters. The only issue is then you have to kind of sample it in the right way. So yeah. Like in your shader here, instead of having a one-dimensional array just like an offset, you have to calculate the x and y of what it would be. And then if it overflows from one line to the other, you then also have to read it twice, right? Or maybe more if you have more than 4,000 characters, or more than 4,096 characters in one line, which probably you don't. But again, this is only a limitation for WebGL. Now we're not going to use any. We're not going to like be writing so much text on an engine supporting WebGL. It would be more interesting if you would do something that actually needs to have text, you know, like a text editor or something like that. And even then, you know, 4,000 characters is probably going to be enough for one page. So again, it's, you know, hypothetical issue. But it does mean that if we want to do the same thing like we were doing, we need to change our approach. So first of all, I am curious about the GL max texture size. I just want to like print that in my main. Of course, it doesn't work. I don't think there's a. Also, this has to be 300. This is the maximum supported by WebGL 2.0, as far as I understand. And if you want to support higher, there's this a web GPU thing that I wasn't aware of. Came out like maybe last year or 2 years ago. So yeah, okay. It says first published 2021, so probably you were aware about it if you were like in the industry. But Firefox released web GPU in 2025, Safari 2025, Chrome and Edge in 23. So it's relatively new, and apparently you can use Vulkan with this, which is pretty cool. And even Emscripten is supporting it somewhat. So, like, if you want to do something more interesting than what I'm trying to do right now, then that's probably the way to go. I am not quite ready to jump to Vulkan just yet. You know, possibly in the future, possibly. I would, if I would ever like switch to Vulkan, like just have Vulkan and not DirectX or something like that, OpenGL and DirectX, then I can see that being the preferable thing to do. So yeah. Anyway, I can't compile this right now because of this. So I think I have to fix this first. Now I don't think it's going to be such a huge issue. I do have some suggestions here on the side. It's create mesh fonts. So we have our shader program, glyph count, vertex array. This is just dummy. And then instead of generating buffer, we're generating a texture. And we're storing that. Oh. Let me show you right here. Oops. So before I was doing I generated a buffer and then a texture unit for that buffer. But now instead, I have still the texture. And then I create also a texture image 2D. So I'm not 100% sure. Like, I generate the buffer for the texture and then the sampler for the buffer, I guess. I think that's how it is. Mm-hmm. That's the height. For now, that's okay. If I support up to some number of characters. I want to look at the documentation for this. What is this border? This value must be 0. Thank you for this wonderful documentation. RGBA, yeah, float, that's good. And then the data, cool. And then we are disabling filtering. Clamp to edge, wrap. Manhattan distance. Yeah, weighted average, that's not what you want. That's when you're having... Here's one sampling point, or actually, let's do it like this. Here's one pixel. Here's another pixel. The sampling point is here. So you're measuring the distance from the middle here and from that middle to here. Like that, right? And then you get like, oh, this is 0 0.4, 0 0.6. So you do a linear interpolation to get to that point. And you're blending the two values from each pixel. That's what that means. Obviously, that's not what we want to do. The MIP map that most closely matches the size of the pixel being textured. Okay. So you can sample 2 MIP maps. Linear and nearest. Interesting. Okay. And what is this mag filter? Okay. So it's funny because we're using this texture for the vertices. I guess you could do something similar if you want to do something like heights to generate mountains or something like that. Terrain. Maybe that's what you use like Perlin noise for. But okay, I think this is going to work. And what was that called exactly? Okay. So obviously we're not using the texture buffer. We're using the texture itself. Active texture, texture 1. Texture 2D. Hmm? This is all very strange to me that I don't have to pass in the like, TBL here or something. Okay. So that should be essentially the same. Now in the shader, it's a sampler 2D. Like you can read what I'm reading, but texel fetch, vertex data, and this has to be sampled rather than just directly read. So we specify the sampler. This is the coordinates. The level of detail, 0. We just read the value straight up. Sample. So wait. How does it know the difference between this sampler p sample and sampler p level of detail? Because they're both ints. $2DMS. I guess that's the difference. So what is $2DMS? A 2D multi-sampling array. Okay. So it's something. This would be something completely different. And that's how it knows. Okay. Now I understand it. And then we draw. So that means that it does compile. It does compile. It's not drawing anything. Mm-hmm. It would be nice if it told me why it can't compile. I really wish I could just have some not autocomplete, but something like Clang here, where it's telling me, oh, this is the issue. I don't know. Do I try the other extension again? I know that Spurvy require version 3.10 or higher, but I want this version. I don't like. What are you talking about? Like, this is what I want. Like, it doesn't tell me. Like, I just want to know what's wrong with this. And what's wrong with this is not the fact that it's version 3.0.0. Okay. Uh, none of them. 300 I want. And now it's gonna complain that it's no. Maybe that works. I guess render doc maybe will tell me something. Okay, so it's all being drawn in the same place when the UVs are wrong. I can't with this uninstall. No thanks. I'd rather have nothing than whatever that is doing. No, it's not. It's not the same geometry. Like, no. So what I want to do now, I am just... it could not compile. Nice. Why can I not do that? Why does that not work? This has to be a vec2. It's 0 for all of them. I need to figure out what is wrong here. So I'm just trying some things out. That's not what I'm interested in. I want to have... That's what I want. No tessellation geometry shader bound? Oh. Okay, so the vertex... okay. If I'm drawing... No, I should be drawing 3 of them. So I can clearly see here that the vertex ID is increased. It's drawn 6 times. I only see this. I only see the first of these instances, as you can see here. I don't know how to get to the next instance. Okay. So I can see that. I'm drawing it 3 times. Okay, very nice. So it is working. So we're having the vertex in quad. These are our indices. We're selecting it based on the vertex ID. That's correct. The vertex index. Yes, this is correct. Because we're taking the first 4. So this would be 0. For A is just this. No. Yes. Because it's one of these values. Okay. So one of these values is the A. Take any of these values plus 4, and you get B. Take any of those values plus 8. So instance ID is 2. You get the C. We're doing this texel fetch to get the actual like float value. from the sampler. We put that there. The data itself is 2 vec2s. This is all correct. It all looks correct to me. So then are we not populating the buffer correctly? For some reason, this sampler is getting the same data for every vertex. So how can I see the content of the buffer? It's this one, right? Texture viewer. Okay. It is one-dimensional. The data is different. Hmm. How do I get the values of these? Well, they look different. Like it's hard to explain, but they look reasonable to me. Like this is how I guess I would expect it to look like. It's definitely different values all over. So then why is this getting the same value over and over? Okay, so now the Z value is the vertex index. I don't know of a better way to debug this, but I guess it works. Zero, 1, 2, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8, 10, 11. Great. So that's good. Okay. Mm-hmm. Does that need to happen first, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. It's fair enough, but it is using the right shader program. I am not using Emscripten right now, but I guess I can add that to my WASM window in it. That's a good idea, actually. Hmm. Mm-hmm. This should work. No. No, it doesn't work because of that. No. Fine. Uh Well, that seems like it doesn't work at all. So when I'm actually going in here, create a mesh font. Okay. I'm gonna do a hack, just like very, very quickly. I have to remember to disable this. Create mesh font. You know, I'm just overriding it with something that I can't get anywhere else. And then we will see if it's zeros because it's not working or zeros because it's fetching the first position all the time. Okay. So I think that pretty much settles it. What? Okay. Maybe. No, it still looks the same. Uh, I don't get it. So it needs to be like this. Is that the correct? Flags. No, there's nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Mm-hmm. That could be an issue. No? Oh, wait. I am building the wrong thing. Still zeros. Okay. We needed to make sure this is 1 and this is 2. Oh, it is -1. I see. Create shader program. I guess I'm not sure why I'm not error checking that. It's not shader program. It's this get uniform location. A pause a UV. Well, okay. Here we go. U texture, U vertex data. This is the reason why I'm having the issue. Like, it would be this, right? And we're having two uniforms. Still nothing, but wait, hold up. What uniforms do I actually need and I have? So I think I figured out what happened. We're not having this U texture, do we? Like, this is just one thing. So we are just having the one texture. In slot 1 or texture slot 0, uniform slot 1, because uniform 0 is this. We're still getting nothing. Or are we? Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. Of course it has. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. That is dumb. How do I get back? It has the texture, of course, obviously. Just not in here. It's here. Uh, the shader program should have the link to both. Hmm. Yeah. 4, 5. Okay. Am I multiplying? No, I'm not. Like that's interesting, man. Why would it do that? Now though, these are all valid values. So I just need to figure out why the hell. Oh. Now it's going to make more sense. I think it's just about the floats are not F32s. Five, 6, 8. I think that's just like a precision issue. Five, 6, and then 1, 0 for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why that is not working. But something is definitely better now. So what if I do this again? I was hoping I would see it right there. -1. Though it's after multiplication, right? 427, 428. Ooh, that's tiny. What's going on here? It's messed up, but something is being drawn. And the UVs look actually correct. Hey, that should be working. Why is nothing drawing? Is it the wrong texture? The U this is the U texture. That's good. Vertex data is this, and that is being drawn correctly. Is it just extremely tiny? Is it like 1 pixel? It looks like it's just extremely tiny for some reason. But the data itself is good. Like this might be smaller than 1 pixel. I feel like there's a way to get the texture. It should be flat shaded. The winding is correct. Maybe it's not possible, but it's tiny. It's just super, super tiny for some reason. Oh. Like it looks like we're back in business.
No. You what? Thank you. I can't do this? What? Why can't I do that? Yeah. So why are they so tiny? They weren't tiny before. Let me build Emscripten now. Oh, am I not hosting it? Context is undefined. Couldn't bind texture. Mm-hmm. Error A is just printing. So yeah. I don't know. I don't know why this is breaking it. Maybe I didn't finish the context of it or something. Someone is at the door. Every day, almost every day. Just package for the neighbor. And it every time it's chaotic. Right. So it would be interesting to know what is actually happening here. Um, so it was some time ago. I'm doing my window init. And it's in here, right? In my Emscripten context. So if anything, it should probably go there.
this is our context. If we can't do WebGL2, then we are just screwed. And then we can do this enable extension for the context. Um, hmm. I need I need wasm window.h. Yep. And if this fails here in main, we are not even starting. Pixel shader could not compile. Hmm. That's probably related to the out and in.
What was the other one? Could not get uniform location. Okay. Pixel shader could not compile. Okay, so what is wrong with this pixel shader? Mm-hmm. Okay. Still cannot compile. It is. it is. Also here. Oh. Do I need to bind it as a uniform? VUV. They are both 300 ES. Well, this one is using high P float. Hmm? The precision of the in-out variables must match. Wait. Like maybe that's it. I hope. Pixel shader could not compile. Well, thanks. Thanks for the non-answer. Why it's like that. Hidden characters. What? Mm. Delete the empty lines and respace them. There's no weird characters here. Can I get more information on this? Get shader. Well, this is O. O. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So I didn't even change anything. Well, the one thing I did change was there. And now, okay. Now the pixel shader cannot compile also. Success is just 0. So let's see here. I'm just compiling it like this. What? Just run it and see if it works. Well, it would be nice if I could run it then. GL check error. Well, that's for the state of OpenGL. Uh, I'm sorry, this is kind of pissing me off. Like, is there really no way to just have some kind of checker and then like tell me, hey, this is bad because of this and that? Like, what? Why is it not telling me what's going on or what's wrong? Get shader info log. What is this? And are you talking about it? No, of course he doesn't mention it. Like, why would he mention that? It would be too useful. Okay. So apparently I can do that. What do you need? You need a shader. Buffer size. Uh-huh. Huh? It doesn't allow in out after high P. Wait. Precision has to be after the storage qualifiers. So I guess that was just an error by this LLM. You just swap it. Like, that's how I interpret it also, but now the issue is I could not bind texture. And also the texture is gone from there. Oh, of course. I forget. Here we go. That works. But this doesn't work. Couldn't bind texture. Is that the only one? Yeah. So is it actually happening from bind texture? But that happens afterwards. Am I even going here more than once? Yeah. I go there twice. Interesting value. It's the second texture that I can't bind. But I'm not even using this. Oh. Like, we are just getting rid of that completely. And it's still not working. That looks completely wrong. I think it just hasn't been initialized yet. What? Like what? No, it does not. Get integer v. Aha. $32,000. Okay. Ah, I didn't compile it. $16. Okay. It's pretty nice actually. So how do I debug this? Because obviously I can't run RenderDoc on that on the browser. Debugger. Like I have this Spectre. Invalid internal format. RGBA and float. What? Okay, so should I? I don't get it. So let's go back to the like. I want that for both. That messing up my Windows build. What do I actually need? Okay, internal format RGBAF. That does not work anymore then. That's the scaling issue, dude. Okay. All right. All right. In main. Or yes. I thought the size was looking off. No, that's good. And hopefully, fuck. Invalid unpack type. It is, or did I not compile it? Oh, yes. Thanks. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. Now I can add another buffer for the offsets. But that buffer needs to be dynamic. So, man, finally it works. Okay. I am going to fucking push this. Git add, git commit. So now it's working. Okay, thanks. Then we can go on to adding our another buffer with the offsets. One thing I wonder, like, okay, let's start Notepad. How many characters can you reasonably fit on like a screen? It might be different also, of course, depending on the font. What about regular notepad? Oh, I see. I think Notepad just doesn't allow more than 1024 characters. Yeah, 1024 characters is the maximum in Notepad. Just straight up. That's funny. No word wrap. So we can say that we have a 1024 buffer. Finally, everything works. Now I just need a buffer for the offsets. Character. This buffer has to also work with WebGL, but the difference is we need it to be I guess what we can do then also is if size smaller than 1024, and this should really be in here. Right? Okay. Um. Actually, yeah, the offsets are integers. Only need to be U8. I also need the actual index. Also U8. This entire array, both of these arrays, with up to uh, well, the question is, don't I have to bind this texture? Mm, I don't know. I feel like I don't like this idea. I'd rather just do a um uniform. Uniform arrays have a very small size limit. Really? So we have to check that also. See, the reason why I like a uniform better is because then what I can do is I just update the data that I need, and I don't have to copy more data than necessary. With a texture, I have to update the entire thing and copy the entire thing. So I would rather just, copy over the data that's necessary, because 99 times out of 100, it's going to be like 10 to 100 characters. So like, I don't think it makes sense to bind that entire texture. Where is this thing? Here. I need to do something similar, right? Maybe I just do that like a version checking or something. Because there might be several things I need to check. Oh. I might want to have this something different. Like 3.0, for example, maybe. I don't know. But 4.6 is like a problem on Linux. Maybe I can test this more easily, but on Windows, I think you're always gonna have basically the latest version, unless you're like on an offline PC from 2012. GFX version checking. One warning. No. 1495. Total sum of all uniforms. So I want to check something. I have my phone right here. And I should be able to go to my local IP 192.168.20 colon game.html. No? The port is 8080/game. Now this is funny. So this is my phone, and it's running the HTML hosted on my computer on the local LAN network. And this one says max vertex uniform vector length is 256. Insufficient support size. Minimum needed is 1024. So this is interesting because basically the browser on my phone has a different GPU, obviously, than my computer. My computer is fine. My phone is not. So then the question becomes, and also, again, this 256 is, like it said here, it was the total pool available to me. And this one already, what is it? SpeedCrunch. My global matrix here. It's 4 times 4. Wait, one float is 4 bytes. And then I have 4 floats in a vector, and I have 4 vectors in one matrix. So already, that's a significant chunk. That's like a quarter of the space for one matrix. Then I need one vector for the vertex data. So that's another 4 bytes, I guess. No. Mm-hmm. $256 is the floor. Wait, these are vectors, not bytes? Because let's say 180 times 4. Well, I need it times 2. So it means 256 characters. That's okay. Okay. I have another idea. Here's my idea. We have position and UV. We can add offsets also there. Or no, we can't. Well, we can for the point of this, right? The point of this, right? It's that the distance could, not necessarily, but it could depend on the preceding characters. So in most instances, it's not a huge issue. It's going to be static. If I do want to support this being dynamic, then I do need to run it for every string. I only need to run it once per string, but I do need to run it at least once. But for most, like, this is the trade-off, right? I guess there's just no way around it. If I'm doing it for a texture, but I'm only doing it once for each texture. So I can have two kinds of fonts. I can have the one where I'm drawing it just straight up with entities. Okay. That's like the fallback system. Then I have another system that goes up to some low value, 127 characters or something like that. Or maybe 256 works. 256 characters with offsets, and then that's drawn using the matrix, the uniforms in the shader. So that would be another uniform here with a byte byte type. Does that exist? OpenGL byte. Unsigned byte, like obviously it does, but I don't know how I get it. I think how it works is that, you know, you just call it uniform int offsets. Also, it would be int 2. I don't know if that exists. I'm not sure. You do something there. And then when you're defining it, the buffer, it would be... It's not vertex, it's not element. I guess you just register it. Here, shader uniform. So I get the seed location. Oh, wait, I can't control that? That's what it's saying. If I'm trying to declare an int, it will be too large because I don't have a car. Like, okay, so maybe I'm getting convinced. There is no getting around this. I just need another sampler. And it's not going to be vertex data. It's going to be offset data. Well, so what do we have? We have the offset can be in bytes. So you know you have offset x, u8. Then you have the index of the character. Like that. Am I ever going to have more than 256 characters in one map? I suspect no. So with 1024 maximum, what is the maximum size, by the way? Maybe I should check that on my phone also. I want to know here. The max texture size is 16K. Well, the offset needs to be like that. These are all 0. That's why it's working, but it's not necessarily 0. So I could say that I need 2K textures minimum, and then I can have 1,000 characters, and then I can do this. So this needs to be U. U index data. So I'm gonna go set that up. Obviously, the let's check max texture size. Times 2. To make it simple, right? Again, you could wrap it or something. I don't want to wrap it. I think this is good. Okay. So then we go back to OpenGL. We're having our texture types. Mesh vertex data. Well, actually now we have also a... Do we even have an element buffer? I think no. We don't. So this is a what is it called here exactly? Index data. Offset index texture. That's as descriptive as I can make it. Here, no. This is vertex texture. And we do exactly the same thing. For offset and index texture. And here, these are not floats. This is RG and 16 unsigned integer. Yeah. Red, green, 16 UI. No. It's just red. And it's not the glyph count. I see. This is not actually part of the creation of the font. This is part of something different. For now, I will make some comments to myself in the future. But it needs to be main. Something like that, right? For now, we're just like building and testing. So that's fine. It's not the vertex texture, it's the offset index texture. R16 unsigned integer, glyph count times 1. It's R, and it's integer. Or is it uint? Unsigned. $16 byte. I don't even know. Is this NV? What is NV? What? Like, okay, is this correct? Type, what is it? Format. Or no, it's type. Non-validating. Red integer. Yeah. So that means we are adding void offsets and indexes. Width, glyph count. I mean, I guess. Height, well, it should be 2. I actually want this to be the maximum. So 1024. It's the font max length. The width should be dynamic. Because I might, like, I could just create a 2D texture that is the size that I need. Like 50 characters rather than 1024. But it goes up to 1024. So I think that's going to be okay. And all right. Errors, thank you. I like errors. So this thing I need to make. It's interesting because right now I'm doing this shape run on the alphabet, and that's okay if I just want to print out the alphabet. In the future, I would like to print out any given string. So that's something I have to think about. But at the moment, at the same time, I'm having vbuff here. Is that even used for anything anymore? No, it's not used for anything. So this iBuff. U32. No. Here's what I will do. This is the buffer. Yeah. Let's just call it void. The size of it, it's implied, but it is size of U8 times 2 because it's X and Y times the number of characters, alphabet length, plus size of U16 also times the alphabet length. Okay. So that length is implied. I want to validate that. Later. But essentially, like I have my iBuff. This iBuff is now it does say offsets and indexes. Maybe I should change it. Index and offsets texture. Because I have the choice if I want what I want exactly. Back to main. Incomplete. Ah. There we go. So now we're storing that there. And here is where we will be. So it's yes, plus the alphabet length, right? Plus 0. Times 2. This is a little bit funky. But that does work.
So what this says is that for when I is 0, we have at the offset of the alphabet length, so 100 something characters. On byte 0, we put X offset. On byte 1, we put Y offset. And then the next double of U8s. It might even be better just to like do U8 star iBuff equals that. That might make it clearer. I'm not sure. And then we give the iBuff there, and we make the texture. When we also need to bind it. So I can bind that. My question would be, okay, I'm adding these to texture 0, 1, 2. Uh-huh. So does that compile and does it make any errors? It doesn't compile and it doesn't make any errors. So then I guess we can start sampling it. How do we sample it? It's not a VEC4.
So for this kind of texture, how do I sample U8s? Unsigned short. Yeah. Oops. Okay, so I can sample now uint. It returns a UVec4, but how does it know the offset? Well, I didn't pack it like that at all. I packed it like... GL index, what's it called? Instance ID? I know it's what it expects, but it's not cleaner. Yes. That's, yeah, I don't really need to do anything more than that. That's good. It's on the 1. Yeah, that's true. Oh. So then I have just my packed offset. I need to. Is it really a vec4? No, it's uint. Glyph ID. The first thing I need is this. The glyph ID goes into there. The packed offset, I need to unpack it, right? So uint, no. They are not uints, actually. No, I don't think that matters. But I guess I should say this is I. The glyph ID is going to be unsigned. The offset is signed. And it's the packed offset and 0xF. That data this needs to be normalized. But I think the vertex is that is already normalized. Or no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not normalized. That's very nice. So I can have data.x plus equals right? That works. Ooh, implicit cast. gvec interesting. Uh, all right. Copy value. It's extremely strict. Okay, fine. But I cannot use. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. It will not automatically convert a float to an int or an unsigned int to a signed int. I must be explicit. But I thought this was an unsigned int and this was an unsigned int. Mm-hmm. Ah, okay. Uh, they are both. Go back to. Do I have to do this also? Maybe yes. And then we do that, and hopefully that works. Oh. Bum, bada, bum, 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 bum. Implicit cast from float to uint on 14. So why is it float? Right? The sampler type. Sampler 2D is strictly for a floating point. Textual fetch. Always return a vec4. Use sampler 2D.
Okay. Uh, 17 int to uint. Glyph ID is a uint. That's also, I cannot add a uint and an int together, but I'm casting it. Like, okay. I don't see the difference. Okay. So it compiles, but it's broken again. It looks like it's exactly the same vertex again. It's all the same. Too little data. Uh, 25. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I think something like that. The texture is from the bottom. Is that it? And that is nothing.
the packed offset. I would like to solve this by the end of the stream. But I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. So, I am not really sure what's going on. So, I guess we should verify the data in the buffer is actually decent. And actually, I just realized it's probably not. And I just realized why. Because we're doing this font max length times R16. But in our main, I just allocated what I needed. So that's probably going to be off at the completely incorrect place. Also this thing, yeah. iBuff. So then we can verify that. Main. Where are you? No? That's good. Or is it? It's not good. It's no good at all, dude. This is U16s. And this times 2. So now we will see U in 16. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, blah, blah, blah. And then this is U int 8 of this plus 2048. Okay. 2048 address of 001020304. Okay. Well, I didn't actually do run through it yet, I realized. I don't believe you. What is this data? Oh. This is a little bit annoying. Okay. So we're taking this. $1,024 address of and then this has to be a uint 8t, right? Okay. X offset minus 1 to 55. That's correct. Yeah, that's okay. Well, it's for the next character. So I think actually these need to be cumulative. So it can't be a U8. Man. Is it working though? No, of course it's not working. Oh, I messed up the shader. This shader is like that.
Okay, so there's something here. I would expect there to be more. If I draw 1, what will I see? Well, I need to compile it, obviously. With 1, I see nothing. With 2, I see nothing. Well, I didn't compile again. I get the character J for some reason. Oh. This is trash data somehow. $25.5 and 3.5. 35. 255. So what happened there is the 255 you saw was this -1, which is the offset, which is wrong. And then the next one was, 32 or something, which was a character that existed, I guess. So I changed it back. Yeah, 0, 1, and I didn't draw more. So if I if I again change it back, we can launch B and A. Okay. Interesting positions, but $39. Are they negative? What are these values? So this is -1. $35. I think this is definitely going above 255, by the way. Yes. So here, offset 0, it becomes only 7. So I need an entire integer for that? Like I32? Then I might as well just like put it as a float immediately. If I'm gonna but why is it like that? Okay. This is already adding up over the course. So obviously this is gonna like overflow like immediately. I can do a if I just ignore this for now. Hmm. So now I'm just using the X offset, not any Y offset. And in the shader, I'm not unpacking it at all. I'm just taking the int offset X and converting it. Right. That's fine. Let's see if that looks decent. Oh, offset X conflicts with previous declaration. Yes. B. Just B. Oh. Where did our A go?
72. Uh-huh. So is it way off to the side? Yeah. Why is it way off to the side? Also, I want to print some more characters. Let's say 5 again. What's so horrible about the first value? -1. Oh no. Well, the shader should take care of that. I see what's going on. Okay, so it's taking a uint and just making it into an int, but actually it is an int right now. Do I need to change the texture? It's just R16i. $14. The glyph ID is not gonna go that high. Or I might be able to cast it. I don't know. It doesn't really matter right now. Launch from float to int. iSampler? Is that a thing? Well, it didn't complain. But A is still way off in the distance, I think. Yeah, 35. Why 35?
it's still this negative value. Here we go. It's a short. Signed short. And the shader again. Okay. Yes. Okay. Let me draw a whole bunch of them. Actually, there was like 70, right? So let's just draw like most. Yes, look at that. It's beautiful, mates. Finally. And you can see that is launching. That is a single draw call. And if I would compile it, of course, it's also not working on the browser. What the hell? Invalid suffix. Huh? What are you talking about? I can't use this? Why is this an error? It's non-standard. Okay. It uses Clangd, so you want to use U and L. Like that? No, just U. No. No precision specified. What? Like, so can I do? What? Precision not specified. Right. I mean, they are integers. Okay. No precision, but I just said it. Oh, I see. I need to set for that. No precision specified. I am confused. Like, it's definitely the vertex shader. Um, like, this is now my shader. But I still get the error. Because I don't have to build. Right? I shouldn't have to build that. X offset too large. Resized. Okay. Huh? What is it then? Interesting. I have to build that. I guess this preloading thing does something. -1, dude. True. Hmm. I am racing against my belly right now because I'm getting pretty hungry. You know, it's not wrong, but it is funny. uh Also, why is this not invalid suffix? Uh, F you. Um, Look at that.
Well, hey. Well, hey, it's working. Wow, that was way more difficult than I thought. That took like the entire week just to get that running. But now it is running. And I can draw nearly any string with that. Here we go. I think I will. I will still work on this next week. With I need to have monospace text because especially if I'm going to be drawing a bunch of numbers, I want to have that available. You know, just like up here in the corner or something. And then if it's monospace, I can just like kind of calculate the spacing based on like one character, right? Or the widest character or something. And I also want to be able to draw characters as entities as a fallback. Or do I really care? Maybe that will never be useful for me. But definitely what I need to do is instead of putting that data in here, this needs to be something like separate completely. So I need to clean that up and think about how I want to restructure. Because right now, like this is not a good way of loading the assets, and it probably shouldn't be in the main also. Like it should just be like, okay, load some metadata file, and then everything goes by itself. But this entire process, I have to think about how to clean it up because this needs to be done potentially, at least parts of it. Like definitely this part needs to be done potentially once per frame for some number of fonts or some number of strings. Also, again, this is just printing the like alphabet right now, or like whatever I put in here. But of course, I want to be able to put in my own strings so that it can print that. But yeah, I think that's it for today. That was a long session without any breaks. But thank you very much for watching, and I hope you found it interesting. You know, I know that I've basically just sat here silently and like prompted myself to success, reading some documentation, some Stack Overflow. But you know, like I said, I am learning this myself, and I haven't worked with OpenGL before, and I didn't know about this debug thing for the font, for the shader, because it didn't tell me. Well, it did tell me in the like shaders, like this learn OpenGL.com, or no, is it .org? No, okay. It's .com. Too many requests. What? So I guess reading. I did not send too many requests, dude. I loaded this website like 3 times today. So I don't know what that's about. Yeah, anyway. I'm happy making progress. And I will push this, of course. And yeah, thank you for watching. See ya.